Media and Lifetime Achievement in Journalism by Maharashtra Foundation, USA, and C. Kumar Ketkar. He is visiting faculty of a number of universities in Mumbai, Pune, and New Jersey. So, without wasting up much of our time, I will hand over the mics to Kumar Ketkar ji first. It is at least 1 hour. Because we want to know much about Arun Kopkar. That is the reason.
Karna sir, karna.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I will say that Arun Kopkar is the fittest person for the kind of honor that is being given to him by Sahitya AKademi. So I thank on behalf of Marathi readers, Sahitya AKademi, for giving and choosing the right man for the right award. But many people who are perhaps introduced that he got this honor for this book, and this is the book Chalat Chitra Vyuha, but actually it's a two-part book or two-set books. It's a Chitra Vyuha and Chalat Chitra Vyuha. But the award has been given or the honor has been given only for Chalat Chitra Vyuha, so it is necessary to remember that actually it's a set of two books. But more important than that is not many people perhaps may know, some of them may know, that he is not just a writer or a critic, and particularly of this book. He has written a book on Gurudat. He is a prolific person in terms of multi-dimensional activity that he is often engaged in. He is a filmmaker, he is a linguist, he knows quite a few languages, and which is quite surprising that given the time span that he has for all these multifarious activities, he knows Russian, German, French, Spanish, I think Italian, he is studying Arabic and Persian, and he of course knows Sanskrit, Bengali, Hindi, English and so on. So this is quite a large kind of assignment that he has taken upon himself. And this book actually, Chalat Chitra Vyuha and Chitra Vyuha, indicate what kind of interests he has got. So this is, you can call a promo, this is a preview of his multifarious interests. So I wonder, actually I should begin by asking him what motivated him to study so many languages, while actually I must say that the cultural environment in Maharashtra is not so, kind of inclusive for so many languages. And he writes in this, one of his books, that actually learnt about the learning of languages and the beauty of languages and the necessity of knowing many languages to understand many perspectives through a small shopkeeper where he was staying near his house. And that shopkeeper knew many languages, and those were the periods of Maharashtra movement in the 60s. So I think I should ask him, I should begin the interview or face-to-face by asking him what motivated him to learn so many languages and how that helped his cultural character or his cultural expression. So Arun, I would begin with a very preliminary question like your interest in languages.
Thank you, Kumar, for being here and for the kind words you spoke about me. And I would also like to thank Sahitya AKademi for arranging this rather special program in which I am one of the participants. To come to Kumar's question, I'll just narrate one short anecdote about this gentleman. He was a pan seller, and when I was quite small, I was the age where I could jump and sit in anybody's lap and not be pushed away. So I used to sometimes sit in his lap. And this man, he was from the south, he was from Mangalore. His ambition, and this was a kind of India of Nehru and Gandhi, and he was he had read the life of Gandhi, and he was fascinated by Gandhi's wanting to know every language in India, I mean every major language. So he started, after he used to speak Marathi, he started learning Bengali, and he knew Urdu. And I was quite fascinated by Urdu because he used to, you read it exactly the opposite way, right to left. And then he taught me a few things, how to write Urdu, 1 or 2 letters of the alphabet or so. And I was quite fascinated by the sounds of different languages, etc. So that was the impulse. And then what happened is, unfortunately, the chauvinists in Maharashtra, they targeted South Indians, whether you came from Chennai or whether you... In Maharashtra, people don't distinguish between Kerala, then Telangana, or everybody who comes from the south is a Madrasi. So with this attitude, during the riots, his shop was completely destroyed, and he had a lovely collection of Premchand and other writers, and it was burnt because he was not a Maharashtrian. So I had also a hatred for people who hated somebody because of something good that he was doing. But so there was a kind of initial spark of wanting to learn languages. But the first language that I learned was French. And I had read quite a lot of French literature in English translation. And I used to wonder about some of these reputations that people had, like Gustave Flaubert had. And I had read Madame Bovary and I had liked it, but I didn't think that it was an earth-shaking novel until I read the French original. And then I began to realize that here is a man who is so careful about the laya of his writing and the musicality of his prose, that somebody had later said that Flaubert, by writing the kind of prose that he created, made all prose writers so proud of themselves that they need not be ashamed in front of poets. So that was the first lesson that I learned, that to get the laya of any expression, rhythmic expression, whether it is literature or theatre or film or music. And then I began to understand that some of the, if you take English, we don't distinguish between a kind of mode of address that we have even in Hindi, tu, tum and aap. Now French and Spanish and Italians, they also retain this mode of address. And there is much more politeness in the language, in common expressions, by using certain, not only expressions, but certain tenses, certain moods of verbs. So I began to feel that though we seem to feel that there is one world and one way of looking at it, even the way the colors are named and expressed, the world finds expression in such different categories of thinking. So that got me into studying languages, and then after that, then once I was motivated, then I realized that if you work on one language for about 3 years, and during that period not read anything else, then you could get the hang of it and you could read reasonably well. So that is how it started.
Actually, just to continue on the present conversation, just as you said, there is chauvinist Maharashtra. There are actually 2 or rather 3 types of Maharashtras living in one state. One is this chauvinist Maharashtra, chauvinist Marathi person. And the second is highly liberal, which is in the literary circles, in the music circles, in media and so on. And third is of course indifferent. So the indifferent and the neutral section of Maharashtra falls depending on which side is winning. So when he learned all these languages from a non-Maharashtrian, or interest in languages from a non-Maharashtrian, the state or the city of Mumbai was dominated by the chauvinist Maharashtrians. But Arun himself did not stop at learning French or did not stop at merely having Marathi as his mother tongue and therefore knew it well. He started getting attracted to other languages, and when he made film, I must introduce to you him as a filmmaker. His biggest success was the Don Ganpatranchi Katha, which was shown in, I think, Moscow, Cairo and many other places.
Quite a few.
And it is based on Nikolai Gogol's story. And that he read in Russian. And on that basis, he made the film. And that film has been a huge success. So I just wanted to ask him, how come he got interested? Because I learned from him that Eisenstein was the inspiration for learning Russian. And because he was interested in filmmaking, he was interested in Eisenstein. To understand Eisenstein, he learned Russian, and then he became so expert in Russian language and on Eisenstein that on web, if you see and look on internet for Eisenstein, one of the biggest or the most appreciated essays is written by him. And it is globally referred to, that particular essay. So I would like to ask him as to what motivated him to go for Eisenstein, because it's not easily available. Such kind of films, Russian or French or German films, are not easily available in Mumbai. He had to go to FTII for that, and I think then the journey began. So I would like you to explain.
Yeah. Actually, Bombay did have a film society culture. There is a place, innocuous place constructed out of brute concrete near Marine Drive, where two film societies used to show some of the really great classics of the world cinema. So that was the first introduction to Eisenstein. I mean, when I saw Battleship Potemkin, it was something that was so powerful and so moving that I just would never have believed that it is possible for cinema to have that kind of power. And then at that time I was quite close to what one would say a radical ideology and way of looking at arts. But I also felt that all isms, whether it is Marxism or feminism or so, they deal with art in such general terms, and that is not how either artists create arts or that is not how the art affects you. So I realized that because of English language we have access to a number of translations, but what we miss out on is the cultural context in which the thought was created, because that was done in the original language. And Eisenstein was one of the key thinkers of the 20th century. I don't think there is a greater thinker than Eisenstein as far as arts are concerned. But because of the Cold War, some of the finest minds of the East, of Eastern Europe, like Bakhtin, like Luria, like Eisenstein, they were not even known in the West, in the Anglo-Saxon tradition. So I began to realize that when people talk about them and us, and in Maharashtra we have so much of this talk about them and us, they don't even know who us is, nor do they know who them is. Because there are so many different traditions in the West. And then Eisenstein's, whatever I had read, translations into English, I realized that here was a man who was not only a powerful thinker, but his exposure to world cultures, be it Chinese painting, be it Japanese theatre, or Mexican pre-Columbian art, it was so great. So I just felt that I would love to read, and I found out that there was not much beyond what was available to me that was in English. And then one day I stumbled upon 6 volumes of Eisenstein. I couldn't even read and understand that they were of Eisenstein because I knew no Russian at all. But I was looking at the illustrations, and then I could make out that they were Eisenstein's volumes. And I just felt that if I passionately feel like reading this man, then all that is between me and these volumes is the knowledge of Russian. So I came back to Bombay, joined a class, and House of Soviet Culture as it was called in those days, had some absolutely fantastic Russian native teachers. So after about 3 years, I was able to start reading and understand and then I realized that what I had read in English was just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there was so much more to it. So that is one passionate search of this man's thoughts about aesthetics and philosophy that has kept me alive even today. And I think some of the writings in my book that has been awarded, the inspiration I owe directly to Eisenstein.
And actually, he doesn't regard Eisenstein as a mere filmmaker. He considers him as a philosopher of aesthetics. And that particular philosophy of aesthetics, now he has a huge collection of books in which all books about Eisenstein and films in the world, and particularly 6-volume set of Eisenstein that you have got. But I would like you to tell the audience who are interested in this, that how Eisenstein, a filmmaker, is also a philosopher and a filmmaker both, and how he integrates both.
Okay. For example, if you take in literature, you are setting a particular scene in a particular location. Then you would set it up with certain kind of light, using certain kind of describing certain gestures, certain colors, etc. Now this backdrop, Eisenstein calls it like music of nature or music of the background. How this contributes to the emotional impact. Like if you situate this scene in the morning, so he has analyzed literature, painting, cinema, theatre from the point of view of how people mount scenes. And what are the principles? I mean, even numbers like odd and even, what is their relationship to the organization of a scene? So he went into a kind of study of the human behavior in which you have spontaneous behavior, like when I am afraid, there are things that happen. If you're really terrified, your hair stands on its roots or so. And this is involuntary expression which you cannot control. But then you put certain masks, social masks, and you interact with people. And every society then creates certain rituals in which people move in a certain way, they use certain dresses, certain kinds of dresses. So he thought of a society at one end where something like wedding is a kind of theatre in which the role and costumes and everything is so well defined, and at the other pole was completely spontaneous action. And then he tried to understand whether in literature or cinema or so, how do you organize this action to be emotionally extremely effective and to create the kind of effect that the author has in mind. So he envelops so many art forms and so many sciences. So that's why I feel, because there is science of behavior, human behavior, there is anthropology, there are so many disciplines that he uses. So ultimately, to mount a scene for cinema, the kind of background that he used to discuss with his students is absolutely fantastic. And if the minutest details of Pushkin's poetry or the Shakespeare's, one example is that there is in Hamlet, there is a description of how the cloud changes its shape when Hamlet is feigning madness. And Eisenstein has shown how the specific shapes of clouds are actually, in a sense, like the evolution of human being. So the kind of analysis that he does is not from the point of view of a critic who is evaluating the work, but an engineer who is studying the engine to understand how it actually works and produces that emotional charge. And there was in Russia, this school constructivists, which thought of a work of art as a man-made machine to propel man in a certain way. So that's how I feel.
But we must also, I think, remember that Eisenstein's period was revolutionary Russia.
Yeah.
And particularly what is known generally as Stalin's Russia.
Yeah.
And therefore generally described as illiberal Russia. But even then, in that kind of an illiberal Stalinist Russia, such very profound filmmakers who could integrate philosophy, literature, art and everything could be there, who is influencing even the current generation of filmmakers.
Yeah.
So how would you describe that?
अकादमी के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ प्रसाद तिवारी जी से निवेदन होगा कि आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीनंदन बोरा जी का फूल पुष्पगुच्छ देकर अभिनंदन स्वागत करें।
Dr. Vishwanath Prasad Tiwari ji, President Sahitya Akademi, Dr. Lakshmanandan Bora ji, eminent Assami writer and scholar, the writers, poets and scholars who are assembled here, other dignitaries and honorable friends of Sahitya Akademi. I am glad to welcome all of you for the Festival of Letters 2016 and today's event, Purvottari, Northeast and Northern Writers Meet. Northeastern regions of India, the languages of the region and vast amount of literature contained therein and unique and remarkable. Like the natural landscape of the region, the languages are also very beautiful and soothing. It is unfortunate that much of the literature of this region remains inaccessible to the rest of the country. Also, there is a vast amount of literature in the oral literature of the tribes of Northeast remains yet to be tapped. To remedy this situation and restore the balance with reference to relationship between various literary traditions, Sahitya Akademi has been promoting literature from Northeast and connecting the region and its literature with rest of the country for a long time now. Sahitya Akademi organizes a number of multilingual writers meets, poets meets, connecting writers and poets from Northeast and different parts of the country. Today's program is a part of that initiative of Sahitya Akademi. In the past year, for example, Sahitya Akademi organized throughout the country programs such as Northeast and Southern Writers Meet, Northeast and Northern Writers Meet, Northeast and Western Writers Meet, and some of these programs are exclusively dedicated to poetry of these regions. Also, we have our centers for oral and tribal literature in Imphal and Agartala. Sahitya Akademi also publishes Northeastern literature and tries to carry best of Northeastern literature to the rest of the country. In today's event, featuring Northeast and Northern writers, we have some very impressive young writers from these two regions. It is a very good opportunity for the writers and poets from these regions to learn more about other cultures. Friends, I take this opportunity in welcoming the chief guest of this morning, Dr. Lakshmanandan Bora ji, eminent Assamese writer who has kindly agreed to inaugurate this Northern Writers Meet Purvottari, and he has more than 70 published books to his credit in different genres like novels, short stories, collections, travelogues, criticism, etc. And many of his works have been translated into different Indian languages. And he was a visiting professor at Johannes Gutenberg University, Germany. He was a member of Planning Commission of Assam and also elected a president Assam Sahitya Sabha. And he has won a number of prestigious awards, honors like Sahitya Akademi Award, Assam Sahitya Sabha Award, Assam Valley Literary Award, National Award for the Best Book of Neo-Literates thrice, and Padma Shri from Government of India, etc. And he was retired as professor and head Department of Physics and Agro-Meteorology of Assam Agriculture University. Welcome to Dr. Lakshmanandan Bora ji. I also heartily welcome our President, Dr. Vishwanath Prasad Tiwari, who is an eminent Hindi poet and scholar, who has kindly agreed to preside over this morning inaugural session. I sincerely welcome the chairpersons of various sessions, the writers, poets, scholars who are assembled here, and thank you all.
मित्रों, अब मैं उद्घाटन भाषण के लिए प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मीनंदन बोरा जी को आमंत्रित
Professor Tiwari,
President of Sahitya Academy, Dr. Rao, Secretary Sahitya Academy, and eminent writers, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it is a splendid occasion for me that I am face to face with the writers coming from different regions of Northeast and North. And this is the occasion that we have got the opportunity to know each other. Generally, I make my speech extempore, but in order to be brief, as directed by the Secretary, I am writing it down. It will not take less than more than 15 minutes. Well, about 3 decades ago, the writers, writing in their own language, lived in isolation because literary works of one literary language were unknown to the people of other languages. But at present, due to sustained efforts of Sahitya Academy and National Book Trust India, writings flow from one language to another through translation. Some publishers are also publishing translated works, mainly in English and Hindi. As a result, we are in a position to know the essence of literatures of various Indian languages through English and Hindi and through other languages too. 2 magazines of Sahitya Academy, Indian Literature and Samakalin Sahitya, have served this purpose well. As a result of availability of translated books, comparative study of literature has been possible. The comparative study is a new discipline in literature now, and the Jadavpur University, I know, and the University of Delhi have been taking lead in this aspect. The subject, comparative literature, has flourished. So one versed in comparative literature can now easily say that Indian literature is one, but written in different languages. I have come from Assam, a state in Northeast India, which is the mosaic of various ethnic groups and cultures and lifestyles, nevertheless showing inherent unity in apparent diversity. I write in Assamese, which is a glorious tradition. I am proud of a number of Assamese writers who have enjoyed reputation nationwide. 2 among them stand out proudly. They are enriching Indian fiction. They are Jnanapith awardees Dr. Virendra Kumar Bhattacharya and Dr. K.V. Raghushyan. Dr. Bhattacharya was the president of Assam Sahitya Academy. The thematic variety of Assamese literature ranges from love, humanity, and spirituality to decay of human values, intricacies of modern life, problems precipitated by infiltration and presence of illegal Bangladeshis, insurgency, corruption, damaging floods, poverty, atrocities in various forms, and incapable politicians. As a writer from the Northeast, I should inform, however succinctly, about the literary scenery of the region, which is one of freshness and thematic varieties. A cursory glance at a few literatures of the region is one of satisfaction and ample promise. In Manipuri literature, intensification of armed struggle in Manipur immediately after independence influenced the writers. A band of new wave poets emerged during that period. At present, some powerful poets have captured the decadence that has been corroding the social fabric. Genuine expression of anguish in the social life of the people of Manipur is found in some of the modern Manipuri poems. Its poetry seems to be at crossroads now. Many poets are preoccupied with ethnic violence, corruption, extortion, terrorism, oppression, and drug addiction at the cost of experimentation in new form. Nevertheless, his poetry is sophisticated in form and diction. On the other hand, the Manipuri fiction deals with genuine social problems and characterized by technical innovation and boldness. In Boro poetry, there has been a laudable attempt at experimenting with poetic language and rhythm. Young poets have drawn their inspiration from Boro people's struggle for a social of linguistics and cultural identity. Boro playwrights have been able to make their plays an effective vehicle for social transformation. Similarly, the case with their fiction also. And where Nepali literacy is found to be successful in exploring the significations of human existence. This poetry is influenced by Western poets and deals with complexities of revolution and dissent, and also growing alienation of humanity in the mechanized world. His fictions deal with similar themes, but they are loaded with Western influences, fantasy, and absurdity. For other literatures of the region, like Khasi, Miju, etc., are making rapid strides, though they are not recognized by the Constitution of India as a major language, also by Sahitya. Still, I can say that Khasi is a literature where now novelists like Vikram Sheth, Arundhati Roy, Chetan Bhagat, Amita Bhagat, etc. are oft names in literary parlance. The stalwarts in Hindi, Urdu, Punjabi, Bengali, Kannada, Malayalam and Punjabi literatures have wielded much influence on the present generation of writers throughout India, especially in the northeast and northern India, because writings, especially novels of some of them, transcended time and space with an universal appeal. This is why names of Kamala Das, Malayalam, Mahashita Devi, Bengal, K. Sushidanandan, Malayalam, and Vijayathan Ketha, Rajasthan, were included now and then in the short list of Nobel Prize selections. I too, in the initial stage of my literary career, was influenced by the novels of Manik Bandyopadhyay and Tarasankar Bandyopadhyay of Bengal, a Bengali novelist, Phanishwarnath Renu of Hindi literature, and Takaji Shivashankar Pillai of Malayalam literature. Without their reading, a man in science, it would not be possible for me to switch on to novels. Their novels actually influenced my career. In Indian literature as a whole is on a high pedestal and unique in its own way, capable of exploring the human mind and social issues and of reading of the age, although Western outlook on Indian literature is not favorable. Because of the attitude of ignoring Indian literature, Indian writings, Sagadhusan Minto, Harken Narayan, O.V. Vijayan, K. Sushilanandan, Vijayan Detha, etc., were deprived of getting Nobel Prize in literature. But we should not be complacent for the expanding horizon of Indian literature and expanding book publishing trade up till now. Extensive use of English virtually in all spheres of our national life, and its gradually increasing popularity and mushrooming of English medium schools at the cost of vernacular medium ones have threatened the development and existence of some of the Indian languages and literatures. The vice-like grip of English over the population on weak and less used languages of the world have been responsible for extinction of a number of such languages every year. Some scholars versed in linguistic studies are of the opinion that after 50 years, no Indian language can survive due to the inroads of English except Tamil and Hindi. Even late Sunil Gangapathyay, the former president of Sahitya AKademi, entertained such a view. And our Indianness, our literatures, our identity are prone to an impending disaster. In order to save our languages from such a catastrophe, writers must unite and know each other on friendly terms, with a determination to enhance all branches of literature of every region, to such an extent that a strong Indian literature emerges as a fitting challenge to the catastrophe. To achieve this end, a writer is required to be determined, persistent, and highly creative. Writing should be his obsession. We should perceive that the world of a writer is always fresh and full of immense possibilities. His obsession with the creative pursuit will make him happy, worthy, purposeful, and self-content. As a writer, I too feel this way. With decades of favorable and formidable experiences behind me, I venture to say that a writer must acquire the courage to speak the truth, and he should live for it. Because literature is the reflection of and continuous search after truth, without which the labor of a writer ends in fiasco. With the object of sustaining creativity, a writer should be intimate and regard himself one with the people he creates. This aspect of his personality stimulates his creative arts. He should also equip himself intellectually through relevant studies for sustaining his creative figure up to an advanced age. I have felt it in myself that if an obsession with creative writing remains with us, the act of writing cannot be a boring affair, rather pleasant and satisfying. It must be admitted that, in spite of the pervading social ills, injustice, corruption, eroding moral values, failing efforts, Indian writers are striving boldly to resuscitate necessary human values. The committed writers in India are not ignoring the challenges of their time. We must develop this perception that literature is a flowing river, not a stagnant pool. So, with the object of vindicating social truths and expose the harmful elements in the society, a writer must boldly face the reactionary and decisive forces and play a vital and rebellious role for which he is liable to suffer heavily. But he should regard all these as a professional hazard which he must overcome. But if he escapes from the challenging issues, remains indifferent to the spirit of time, his writing will prove to be inconsequential. The history of literature reminds us that without devotion and sacrifice, there cannot be a substantial and effective literary creation. In the modern world of science and technology and liberal views and past changes, the role of prophets of religion has been fast diminishing. Writers are now new prophets, capable of possible that proliferation of electronic media will adversely affect the future of printed books. My immediate answer is an emphatic no, because to a large section of the educated population, entertainment and information provided by electronic media are emerging. Mostly they fail to strike the depth of emotion and aesthetic sensibilities. So printed book has come up as strange in one's low moments, feeding the mental hunger. The e-book is a new venture of the electronic world, a less costly substitute of the book. Up till now, statistics show that its acceptance is not encouraging, and printed books are occupying the same kind of place because the comfort, intimacy, and satisfaction derived from reading a printed book are in harmony with human nature. So, subsequent generations also may find printed books preferable to e-books. Because reading an e-book for a longer period tells on the physiological process of the body as a result of its exposure to harmful electronic radiation. Research findings at present are all in favor of printed books. I cannot now resist the temptation of mentioning some of them. Number one, study of good novels, especially those claimed to be as classics, help us getting a sound sleep and acts as a means of getting rid of insomnia, because the reader can identify himself with his favorable characters. Number two, readers of books are happier than people who are not interested in it. Number three, a new branch of medicine, that means allopathic medicine, comes up. It is called bibliotherapy, and doctors are called bibliotherapists. These bibliotherapists can cure depressed and mentally deranged persons by diagnosing printed books suitable for their mental disorders. Last, number four, book reading enables a person to get rid of dementia. The use of electronic media in developed countries is much more extensive than those of India and other countries. But in developed countries, printed media is found to be the main vehicle of disseminating knowledge and for providing mental requirements. Therefore, we writers should shake off our despair and despondency and rest assured that at least for the coming half century, importance of book will remain with us as it is, unless miracle in the field of electronics takes place. And this is all I have to say. I hope the writers assembled here will be able to visualize Indian literature as a whole and promote themselves. I am thankful to Sahitya Academy for giving me the opportunity to be present here and speak my mind. With all these, I inaugurate the Northeast and Northern Writers Meet and which is great subject. Thank you all.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर बोरा जी। और मित्रों, अब इस सत्र के अध्यक्षीय भाषण के लिए मैं प्रोफेसर विश्वनाथ प्रसाद तिवारी जी को
आदरणीय श्री लक्ष्मीनंदन बोरा जी तथा इस सभागार में उपस्थित विशिष्ट विद्वद्गण और बंधुओं, मुझे कुछ बहुत ज्यादा इस अवसर पर नहीं कहना है, क्योंकि अभी एक सभा में बिल्कुल जाना ही जाना है। वहाँ वो अंबेडकर, नेहरू और गांधी पर एक सभा चल रही है। सिर्फ इस बारे में इतना ही कहना है कि भारत में सबसे ज्यादा वैविध्यपूर्ण स्थिति उत्तर पूर्व की है, भाषा की दृष्टि से और संस्कृतियों की दृष्टि से। इतनी ज्यादा विविधता कहीं नहीं है। एक चिंता जो प्रकट की है बोरा जी ने कि 50 वर्षों बाद क्या होगा जबकि बहुत सी भाषाएं मर जाएंगी। हम सभी लोग, न केवल उत्तर पूर्व के लोग बल्कि पूरे भारत के लोग इस बात से चिंतित हैं कि ये जो एक जो यूनिवर्सल या कॉस्मोपॉलिटन कल्चर और लैंग्वेज बनने जा रही है, उसमें छोटी छोटी भाषाओं का, कम बोली जाने वाली भाषाओं का भविष्य बहुत खतरे में है। इस समय हम यह महसूस करते हैं कि जिस भाषा में उत्तर पूर्व का जीवन आ रहा है वो एक अलग प्रकार का जीवन है, एक अलग प्रकार का संघर्ष है। अभी आपने कहा कि ताराशंकर बंदोपाध्याय, मानिक बंदोपाध्याय, फणीश्वरनाथ रेणु से प्रभावित होकर के हमने लिखना शुरू किया। अब ये लेखक कैसे हैं? ये लेखक अपनी रूट्स के लेखक हैं, जड़ों के लेखक हैं, जो अपनी जमीन का चित्रण करने वाले हैं। यह चित्रण जो फिक्शन में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हो रहा है, ये अंग्रेजी में उसी तरह से नहीं हो सकता जैसे अपनी लैंग्वेजेज में आ रहा है। जैसा असमिया में होगा, मणिपुरी में होगा, बोडो में होगा, उस तरह का चित्रण अंग्रेजी में नहीं हो सकता है। जबकि आने वाली पीढ़ी अगर साहित्यकार भी हुई तो वो अंग्रेजी में ही इसका चित्रण करेगी। यह एक बहुत बड़ा संकट हमारे सामने है। जैसा कि मैंने बताया, हम लोगों को जरा एक जगह जाना है, इसलिए क्षमा भी मांग रहे हैं। और मैं उत्तर पूर्व और उत्तर से आए हुए सभी लेखकों का स्वागत करता हूं। हम लोगों का साहित्य अकेडमी का यह प्रयास होता है कि सारे भारत के लेखक एक दूसरे से मिलें, और उत्तर पूर्व के लोगों को कम आने का मौका मिलता है। इसलिए साहित्य अकादमी बार बार प्रयास करती है कि उत्तर पूर्व के लेखक उत्तर आवें, दक्षिण जाएं और उनसे मिलते रहें। और आप समझिए कि मैं यह कह सकता हूं, और क्योंकि कुछ दिनों से, पिछले 7-8 वर्षों से मैं इसको स्वयं देख रहा हूं कि साहित्य अकादमी के एजेंडा में शीर्ष पर उत्तर पूर्व होता है। कोई आयोजन, बुलाना, जाना, आना, इसलिए मैं चाहूंगा कि उत्तर पूर्व के लोग अधिक से अधिक अपनी जबान में अपने को व्यक्त करने की कोशिश करें, जो हमारे लिए 50 वर्षों बाद एक रिकॉर्ड की तरह से होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद तिवारी जी। मित्रों, इसी के साथ मैं इस पूर्वोत्तरी समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मीनंदन बोरा जी का, अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर विश्वनाथ प्रसाद तिवारी जी का और सचिव का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। और अभी आप लोग चाय के लिए आमंत्रित हैं। चाय के बाद हम लोग दूसरे सत्र के लिए यहाँ फिर इकट्ठा होंगे, जो मैं क्यों लिखता हूँ या लिखती हूँ इस विषय पर है। इसकी अध्यक्षता डॉक्टर रीता चौधरी जी करेंगी, जो नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट की निदेशक हैं। और इसमें बोडो, हिंदी, अंग्रेजी, मणिपुरी और उर्दू 5 भाषाओं के साहित्यकारों को हमने बुलाया है। श्री अरविंद उजीर, श्री वीरेंद्र जैन, श्री विक्रम संपत, श्रीमती इबे महल देवी, श्री कृष्ण कुमार तूर जी। ये लोग अपने विचार शेयर करेंगे इस सत्र में। आप लोग चाय के लिए आमंत्रित।
वही मैंने भी कहा, आपकी उपस्थिति का आपका एक यूनिक टेस्ट पर आशीर्वाद रहा है और शुरू से आप इसकी स्थापना काल से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो अब आपका न रहना नहीं अच्छा
Namaskar and good morning to all of you. I request the dignitaries taking part in this inaugural session to come on the dais. Dr. Kapila Vasayanji, Professor Manoj Das ji, Professor Vishwanath Prasad Tiwari ji, President Sahitya Akademi, Professor Chandrasekhar Kambar, Vice President Sahitya Akademi, Professor Krishna Kumar will join us at around 12 o'clock. Before we proceed further, I request the President Sahitya Akademi to welcome the chief guest and also the keynote speaker with a bouquet of flowers. Respected Dr. Kapila Vasayanji, eminent scholars, Dr. Manoj Das ji, eminent Odia writer and fellow of Sahitya Akademi, Professor Vishwanath Prasad Tiwari ji, President Sahitya Akademi, Professor Chandrasekhar Kambar ji, Vice President Sahitya Akademi, and writers who are assembled here, and friends. I am glad to welcome all of you for this important seminar on the thoughts, works and legacies of Gandhi, Ambedkar and Nehru. They are the architects and builders of modern India. Their visions, their dreams on how India should be, on what path the country should tread and how the unity of the country at the hour of freedom was more important, etc., were very different. Their ideologies and the paths they chose to tread were different, but they were all united as the makers of modern India by the spirit that would not compromise or settle down for anything less than a golden epoch, golden life for a Mother India. Influences on them were vastly different. Their philosophies were therefore different from each other's, but they were all united in their desires and visions of creating a progressive, wealthy, happy and educated India after independence. Each of them in his own unique way, and all the three together have left a lasting impression and a legacy to live for in the years to come by. Not many would be aware of the qualities that these great leaders possessed and the qualities that they inculcated and cultivated in generations of young people. Sahitya AKademi was created by Nehru. I have been following the Gandhian philosophy and the principles of Ambedkar. This seminar is one of the steps in highlighting the importance and relevance of these dawns of 21st century India. In this seminar, eminent scholars from all over the country are going to discuss the impact, influence, importance and legacy of Nehru, Gandhi and Ambedkar. Friends, I am very happy that Dr. Kapila Vasanji, leading Indian scholar of classical Indian dance, Indian art and architecture, who has kindly agreed to deliver the inaugural address this morning. I heartily welcome and thank her for accepting our invitation. She is author of a number of books and she was the founder director of Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts in Delhi, and she has also served as Secretary to the Government of India and the Ministry of Education, Department of Arts and Culture, in which she was responsible for the establishment of many institutions on higher education in India, and she served as a member of Rajya Sabha, and she is a recipient of Padma Bhushan from Government of India, Sangeet Natak Akademi Fellowship, Outstanding Contribution to Dance Research Award given by Congress on Research in Dance, and Rajiv Gandhi National Sadbhavana Award. Welcome to Dr. Kapilaji. I sincerely welcome Professor Manoj Dasji, eminent Odia and English writer and the fellow of Sahitya AKademi, who has kindly agreed to deliver the keynote address. He has more than 40 publications to his credit in different genres like novels, short story collections, poetry collections, travel logs, etc. He also edited a cultural magazine, The Heritage, published from Chennai, and wrote columns for the leading newspapers of India. He was the President of Ministry of Education, Government of Singapore, appointed for taking classes of hundreds of teachers there. He is a recipient of Sahitya AKademi Award, Saraswati Samman, First Sri Aurobindo Award, Sarala Award, Sahitya Bharati Award, Orissa Sahitya AKademi Award, Utkal Ratna, etc. While Berhampur University honored him with the status of Honorary Professor Emeritus, he received D.Litt from 5 universities of Odisha. Presently teaches English literature and the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo at the Sri Aurobindo International Center at Pondicherry. Welcome to Professor Manoj Dasji. I warmly welcome Professor Krishna Kumar, an eminent Indian scholar and educationist who is well known for his writings in sociology and history of education, who has so kindly agreed to be with us as a guest of honor this morning. As a teacher and bilingual writer, he has developed an aesthetic of training and knowledge that aspires to mitigate aggression and violence. He also writes essays and short stories in Hindi and has also written for children. He has more than 20 published books in English and Hindi to his credit in different genres, including edited and translated books. He frequently contributes to the Economic and Political Weekly and The Hindu. He has delivered several memorial lectures, including Gladwin Lecture in the House of Lords. He has been a national lecturer of the University Grants Commission, a visiting fellow at the Center for Modern Oriental Studies, Berlin, University of Pennsylvania, etc. He also served as the Director of National Council for Education, Research and Training, and that is NCRT. He was awarded the Padma Shri by the President of India, Jawaharlal Nehru Fellowship to examine the history textbooks of India and Pakistan, and the Institute of Education, University of London, awarded him an honorary D.Litt in education. Welcome to Professor Krishna Kumarji. I gladly welcome Professor Vishwanath Prasad Tiwari, who is an eminent poet critic in Hindi, and Vice President Professor Chandrasekhar Kambarji, who is an eminent poet, playwright, novelist, essayist in Kannada. The chairpersons of various sessions, distinguished writer, scholar participants, members of our General Council and Executive Board, and of course, every one of you. Thank you all.
we welcome the Professor Krishna Kumar. Now I request Professor Dr. Kapila Vasayanji to address
I
this
thought
subject.
that he was to give the presidential address in the
I think, sir, madam, if you can inaugurate, then we can proceed.
Let me speak first.
Okay. President Sahitya.
Master.
आदरणीय कपिला वात्स्यायन जी, आदरणीय मनोज दास जी, प्रोफेसर कृष्ण कुमार जी, साहित्य अकादमी के उपाध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर कंबार जी, सचिव के श्रीनिवास राव जी, सभागार में उपस्थित साहित्य अकादमी की जनरल काउंसिल के माननीय सदस्यगण, विद्वान लेखकगण तथा मित्रों, मुझे इस विषय पर कुछ बहुत ज्यादा नहीं कहना है, क्योंकि इस विषय के अत्यंत विशेषज्ञ लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं और 3 दिनों तक इस पर चर्चा होनी है। मैं थोड़ी सी कुछ बातें जो सब आप लोग जानते हैं उन्हीं की चर्चा करूंगा। गांधी, अंबेडकर और नेहरू तीनों ही इस देश की विभूति हैं। तीनों में सहमतियां भी हैं, असहमतियां भी हैं। तीनों के मानने वाले हमारी पीढ़ी में अलग अलग हैं। तीनों में बहसें भी होती रहती हैं, लेकिन एक चीज तीनों में समान है, वो ये कि तीनों का जो समान लक्ष्य है वो है भारतवर्ष की उन्नति या भारतवर्ष के बारे में सद्विचार। ये तीनों में कॉमन है। नेहरू जी कभी कट्टर गांधीवादी नहीं रहे। सन 1922 में जब चौरी चौरा में हिंसा के बाद गांधी जी ने अपना असहयोग आंदोलन स्थगित कर दिया था, तो नेहरू जी ने उसका कड़ा विरोध किया। वो उस समय जेल में थे और उन्होंने बयान दिया कि एक छोटी सी घटना जो किसी समूह द्वारा हिंसा की किसी सुदूर गांव में हो रही हो, उसको लेकर इतना बड़ा देशव्यापी आंदोलन कैसे स्थगित किया जा सकता है। गांधी जी के जीवन का बीज शब्द अहिंसा है। गांधी जी कहते थे कि अगर दुनिया अहिंसा को नहीं मानती तो मैं दुनिया छोड़ने को तैयार हूं। अगर भारत नहीं मानता तो मैं भारत छोड़कर हिमालय चला जाऊंगा। चरम हिंसा के क्षणों में जिन ऋषियों ने अहिंसा का आविष्कार किया वो मेधा में न्यूटन से बड़े थे और योद्धा के रूप में वेलिंगटन से और बड़े थे। ये गांधी जी का वाक्य था हिंसा के बारे में। कहा उन्होंने कि सत्य जो है वो निर्गुण होता है, अज्ञेय होता है। वो सगुण बनता है, ज्ञेय बनता है जब अहिंसा के वस्त्र पहनकर आता है। इसलिए वो सत्य से भी ज्यादा बड़ा अहिंसा को मानते हैं। वो ये कहते हैं कि राज्य मनुष्य के असभ्य और अशिक्षित होने का प्रमाण है, क्योंकि गांधी जी को यह था कि राज्य आगे चलकर व्यक्ति के व्यक्तित्व को और उसकी स्वाधीनता को दबाएगा। इसलिए विहीन समाज में था, जैसा कि मार्क्स का था। नेहरू जी इन बातों से बहुत अर्थ तक असहमत थे। नेहरू जी कहते थे कि राज्य की शक्ति जरूरी है। नेहरू जी का विश्वास अहिंसा में उतना नहीं था जितना कि गांधी जी का था। और गांधी जी केंद्रीयकरण के बिल्कुल ही खिलाफ थे। नेहरू जी ने भी केंद्रीयकरण का विरोध किया, मगर औद्योगिकीकरण, प्रौद्योगिकी वगैरह का जो विरोध गांधी जी ने किया, नेहरू जी ने उसका विरोध नहीं किया बल्कि उसका समर्थन किया। गांधी जी की सोच बहुत संक्षेप में कहें तो वो भारतीय थी। नेहरू जी का मॉडल पश्चिम का मॉडल था, उसमें थोड़ा गांधी का प्रभाव भी था, जिससे कि वो पूरब पश्चिम का थोड़ा मिला जुला रूप दिखाई पड़ता है। गांधी जी ने, नेहरू जी ने इस देश में इसमें वैज्ञानिक सोच और भारी उद्योगों का सहारा लिया और देश को मॉडर्न बनाने की कोशिश की। वो मॉडर्न बनाने की जो कोशिश की वो पश्चिमी अर्थों में, मॉडल उनका पश्चिम था। वो न कट्टर मार्क्सवादी थे न कट्टर गांधीवादी थे, इसलिए उन्होंने मिश्र अर्थव्यवस्था, मिक्स्ड, ये देश को आदर्श के रूप में रखा। लेकिन जैसा मैंने शुरू में अहिंसा के बारे में कहा, उतने कट्टर तो नहीं थे, मगर जो आगे चल के उन्होंने राष्ट्र संघ में व्याख्यान दिए या पंचशील का एक सिद्धांत, चीन के चाओ एन-लाई आए थे उन दिनों, आपको याद होगा कि उनके साथ मिलकर जो उन्होंने पंचशील का उदाहरण रखा, या पंचशील की एक तरह से वो प्रवर्तक माने जाते हैं, वो अहिंसा पर ही आधारित है। इसलिए कभी कभी गांधी जी का यह कहना सही होता है कि गांधी जी कहते थे कि नेहरू मेरा उत्तराधिकारी है, इस समय उससे मेरे मतभेद हो सकते हैं, मगर आगे चलकर वो मेरी ही भाषा में बोलेगा। ये गांधी जी का कहना है, ही विल स्पीक इन माई लैंग्वेज। और गांधी जी के जाने के बाद नेहरू ने उनकी भाषा में बोलना शुरू किया। जहां तक अंबेडकर का सवाल है, अंबेडकर और गांधी में भी एक बुनियादी विरोध था। अस्पृश्यता का सबसे ज्यादा विरोध गांधी ने किया था। उन्होंने 1925 में जो व्याख्यान दिए थे, कई उन व्याख्यानों में उन्होंने कहा था, मैं भी डोम हूं, मैला साफ करने से आदमी बड़ा छोटा नहीं होता है। अस्पृश्यता को जिस दिन हिंदू धर्म धार्मिक रूप देगा, मानेगा कि यह हमारा धार्मिक रूप है, उस दिन मैं हिंदू धर्म छोड़ दूंगा। यह गांधी जी का बयान है। गांधी जी के और अंबेडकर में मुख्य विरोध यह था कि गांधी वर्णाश्रम के समर्थक थे और अंबेडकर वर्णाश्रम के विरोधी थे। गांधी वर्णाश्रम के समर्थक क्यों थे? कहते थे कुछ ये जो जीविका का जो समस्या है, वर्णाश्रम से बहुत कुछ दूर हो जाती है। तो यहां से चल के फिर बाद में जब पूना पैक्ट हुआ, तो उस समय 1932 दूसरे गोलमेज के बाद 1932 में जब ब्रिटिश सरकार ने यह कहा कि एक अलग निर्वाचन पिछड़ों का, दलितों का होगा, अलग निर्वाचन, गांधी ने इसका विरोध किया और कहा कि अगर गलत अलग निर्वाचन होगा तो मैं आमरण अनशन करूंगा। और उन्होंने ये 17 अगस्त को ब्रिटिश सरकार ने ऐसी घोषणा की। 18 अगस्त को ही उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखी और उसके बाद 2 दिन बाद उन्होंने आमरण अनशन जरदा जेल में शुरू कर दिया। और वो आप जानते हैं, वो तो बड़ी ऐतिहासिक घटना है जिसमें किस तरह गांधी जी का प्राण बचाया गया, कैसे कैसे लोगों ने यात्राएं की और कितने मशक्कत अंबेडकर राजी हुए उस डॉक्यूमेंट पर दस्तखत करने के लिए। उसके बाद गांधी जी ने पूरे भारत की यात्रा शुरू की और 12,500 मील की यात्रा उन्होंने की। 9 महीने या 11 महीनों में उनका एक ही एजेंडा गांधी जी का था, अस्पृश्यता का विरोध। जहां तक मेरा मानना है, मैं इसको बहुत आगे नहीं बढ़ाऊंगा, जहां तक मेरा मानना है, गांधी एक विलक्षण भविष्य चिंतक थे और वो भविष्य हजारों वर्ष बाद भी आ सकता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि 1-2 वर्ष बाद आने वाला। गांधी ऐसे विलक्षण चिंतक थे जो हमको दोनों में दिखाई पड़ता है। देखिए, जिस अहिंसा के द्वारा और जिस अहिंसा का उन्होंने समर्थन किया, वो आप अगर देखें, जो बाद की राजनीति दुनिया की आई, उस दुनिया की राजनीति में नेल्सन मंडेला, मार्टिन लूथर किंग जूनियर और वो चेकोस्लोवाकिया में और कई जगहों पर लोगों ने गांधी के अहिंसा को अपना हथियार बनाया, सत्याग्रह को बनाया और स्वीकार किया कि गांधी के अहिंसा के रास्ते से मैंने स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त की। और आज भी लोग कहते हैं कि ओबामा ने अपने दफ्तर में गांधी जी का चित्र लगा रखा है। खैर, वो ये दूसरी बात है, लेकिन वो अहिंसा आगे तक उसने अपना उदाहरण दिया है कि किस तरह से अहिंसा एक अस्त्र के रूप में कारगर हुआ। इसी तरह से जो औद्योगिकीकरण और प्रौद्योगिकी का जो उन्होंने विरोध किया था, आज जिस समस्याओं को हम फेस कर रहे हैं, दुनिया की आधी संपत्ति 62 लोगों के हाथ में है, 62 आधी संपत्ति। गरीबी और पर्यावरण, इन दोनों को मशीन के द्वारा नहीं बचाया जा सकता। ये जो मशीनी संस्कृति है, औद्योगिकी और प्रौद्योगिकी है, इसके द्वारा गरीबी भी बढ़ेगी और पर्यावरण भी संकट में होगा। गांधी जी ने जो कहा था, उसकी प्रासंगिकता हम देख रहे हैं भविष्य के लिए, और आगे क्या होगा इसके बारे में बड़े खतरनाक भयानक आंकड़े हैं। वो आंकड़े जिस समय सामने आते हैं, आदमी दहल जाता है कि हमारी 4, 6, 8 पीढ़ियों के बाद क्या हालत होगी। ये गांधी जी का सपना था। तो गांधी जी हमको एक विलक्षण भविष्यवक्ता दिखाई पड़ते हैं। दूसरे, ये जो जहां तक दलित और हरिजन और सवर्ण और वो उसका सवाल है, गांधी जी का मूल उद्देश्य था कि सवर्णों के मन से ये छुआछूत अस्पृश्यता की भावना को निकालना चाहिए। जब तक उनके मन से यह भावना नहीं निकलेगी, जब तक वो स्वेच्छा इसके लिए तैयार नहीं होंगे, कानून बनाने से काम नहीं बनेगा। अंबेडकर इसके विरोधी थे। अंबेडकर सवर्णों के प्रति अंबेडकर का जो भाव था, वो गांधी का नहीं था। तो ये जो गांधी जी की दृष्टि है, वो गांधी जी की सदा से नीति रही है कि हिंसा को हिंसा के द्वारा नहीं हटाया जा सकता। अगर आप हटाएंगे तो तात्कालिक होगा, फिर हिंसा हावी हो जाएगी। तो ये सब बातें जो हैं, वो हमको ये लगता है कि गांधी जी अपने समय में भले अव्यावहारिक लगते हों, अतात्कालिक लगते हों, पर उनकी दृष्टि भविष्य के लिए थी और है। ये मेरा अपना मानना है। मैं ज्यादा आपका समय नहीं लूंगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आज के अपने विद्वानों को आदर के साथ उनको हम लोगों ने आमंत्रित किया है, वो आदर के साथ यहाँ आपके सामने अपने विचार रखेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Sir, Pallavasan ji to address this first.
President of the Sahitya Academy, Dr. Vishnu Tiwari ji, Dr. Manoj Das, Shri Krishna Kumar, Shri Kambar, Mr. Srinivas Rao, and the very eminent writers and scholars present. I have first to begin with an apology. When Mr. Srinivas Rao asked me to come here to inaugurate this seminar, I wrote him a letter. I wrote him a letter that one should not tread where angels fear. I wrote him a letter saying that I do not find myself competent to comment on these three great people, and that this is not my field of either scholarship or, for that matter, even as a concerned citizen of India, to speak about them publicly, because I really do not find myself competent. I want to say that because speaking about three people, two of whom we have grown up with, and a third who has occupied our mental space in terms of his being the builder of the Constitution of India. So I thought what I would do in terms of the few words, first to compliment the Sahitya Academy for having arranged this meeting and the 9 sessions and the very, very important topics that have been taken up in the 9 sessions. I want to place myself not today. I want to place myself as a growing generation. And I want to place myself on what did we think in terms of those of us who were in our, 14 years, 15 years, or just in our adolescence, look at these figures that occupied our space. First and foremost, if one goes back to no other time than 1942, when I'd just gone to college, and before any classes started, one heard the call of do or die, and they were all in prison. What is it that we as a growing generation and still under British rule look up at these, especially of Gandhiji and of Nehru, because as far as Mr. Ambedkar was concerned, he was next to the centers of power in what today would be called Rashtrapati Bhavan, in a manner of speaking. What did we see? We saw the figure. It was not just a question of their being taken to jail and being there, but Gandhiji dominated our mental space in a manner in which, despite all our British education and all that we were learning in college, here was the figure, a figure which stood for us for what we would call freedom, but a figure much more a figure which represented because some of us had also gone to his prayer meetings before and after 1942. Here was a figure which represented first and foremost renunciation. He represented giving up. He represented, just as he unclothed himself, he unclothed all that, and you have a very important session here both on non-violence and a thing on response to the West. He had literally shed the West despite everything that had happened in South Africa and whatever he had done there and his return. In giving up his apparel, given up by volition, whatever we would call the West, not that he did not know the West. This is indication of what comes through in Hind Swaraj, in another manner of speaking. It comes through in his writing, but much more it comes through in the sheer power of those prayer meetings which were impacted, which were, in a manner of speaking, spoke of that dimension of Gandhiji, a dimension which I would call a spiritual dimension, not to speak about everything that he did here on the ground in what we would call the business of living and also fighting for freedom. This is a dimension which I think, which one cannot say was shared by the other two. Despite the fact that Mr. Ambedkar became a Buddhist, but I think that that spiritual dimension which one knows of Gandhiji was not something that was shared by the other two, and whether we call them continuities or discontinuities, I think that we have to address ourselves to this one figure where he literally renounces his intellectual whatever he had, and his experiments with truth, or what one learns of his biography and the way that he describes each one of the incidents, each time it is as if he is unclothing himself both physically, unclothing himself literally of everything that the West has stood for. And when he was asked the question, what do you think of Western civilization, he says it is a good idea. It may be. That is Gandhiji. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and I purposely use the effects of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. In that sense, the West had impregnated him. Whatever his commitments, and those commitments are very deep and very sincere to Gandhiji. But I think that the Harrow and the learning in Oxford in the natural sciences and the way that he looked at the West, this was something which continued to be in part and parcel of his being, despite his being a disciple of Gandhiji in one way or the other. And those of us, as I said, I want to go back to us as a growing generation, while we looked at Bapu as Bapu, and in terms of all that he stood for us in freedom, we looked at Mr. Nehru as someone who represented the future in one way or the other. And those differences were, I think, so evident in our own psyche as we were growing up. And Mr. Ambedkar did not occupy our mental scape at that time. And I think that that difference has to be made because both Gandhiji and Mr. Nehru occupied our mental space in terms of whatever else that we were doing and what we were confronting, the realities in which we were living. The response to the West, which is a session here, you have a session here also on caste. And Dr. Tiwari has already spoken about the question of untouchability. Here was an area where I think that although Gandhiji and Ambedkar both wanted the eradication of untouchability, their approaches were very different, and Ambedkar makes no words in criticizing Gandhiji on the nature of that, whether that untouchability was exactly equal to what Ambedkar was asserting in terms of what today we term as not only untouchability, but as the entire movement of the Dalits and disempowered. I think that these approaches were very different approaches because Gandhiji's approach was a social approach. It was an approach in terms of the eradication of untouchability, which he raised his voice, and Ambedkar was extremely critical of the manner in which Gandhiji went about this. And Ambedkar, when he took up the question of caste, and then it led to whatever we understand as the provisions in the Constitution of India, and which has also an implication for the Sahitya AKademi here in terms of the language issue of the Schedule 8 and the languages to be included in Schedule 8 and the schedules in which we are now today talking of the OBCs and we are talking about disempowered. I think that these were two very, very different approaches to the whole problem. And I think that within the precincts of the Sahitya AKademi, I want to take the courage to raise this question that on the one hand, and you have expanded on the horizons of the Sahitya AKademi today to include unwritten languages, you have expanded it in order to what you are being called in the English language tribal and what we are calling Adivasis. Now, are Adivasis equal to the Dalits? I think that we must ask this question, even if it seems a very facetious question on my part to have asked this question, because I think that there is a great deal of ambiguity in our minds in terms of, on the one hand, we are pressing, and I speak on this forum of the Sahitya AKademi, on the one hand, we are talking about languages which we want to be included in Schedule 8, and that is why, and I know, and I am part of the history of when Meitei was included thanks to Dr. Sumiti Kumar Chatterjee, and you had Rajasthani, Nepali, etc. We know the whole history of this. On the other hand, we are insisting on the inclusion of groups of people in the OBC category and in the provisions of 340 and 42. I think that there is a tension here. There is a tension which we have to address ourselves to, and which brings one to the nature of what Gandhiji had to say on the language issue. And Nehru said what he did say within the context of the Sahitya AKademi, and on which he was very, very clear on his mind in that. But Ambedkar did not touch that part of it. He touched other parts in terms of empowerment that he wanted. But I think that the attitude to caste and the non-caste was a radically different thing between what Gandhiji stood for and what Ambedkar stood for. Have I spoken far beyond what I said? I would speak. I was told कि आप आ जाइए और वहाँ मंच पर बैठ जाइएगा और फिर 2 मिनट इनॉग्रेशन दे लीजिएगा। अब मैं 2 मिनट से तो ज़्यादा बोल गई, इसलिए मैं आपसे क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, madam. Because when we sent the invitation, as she said, she sent a very big letter, what she mentioned in the beginning. Then I personally met her. I told, madam, your presence is enough, and whatever you feel like you can talk, it is an inauguration. And the subject and all other things, keynote speaker will take care. Only your presence is required for the inauguration. Thank you, madam, and you have raised certain issues. We will discuss in our General Council and other committees, and will take care of it. Now I call upon Professor Krishna Kumarji to address this august gathering.
Kapila Vatsayan, Shri Manoj Das, Professor Tiwari, Shri Kambar, Shri Rao, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी विचारक, रचयिता मित्रों, ये तीनों ही नाम मैंने एक शिक्षक के नाते ही समझे हैं। शिक्षा का काम है शब्दों में जीवन डालना, जिससे एक नई पीढ़ी उन शब्दों को समझ सके या उन शब्दों में अर्थ देख सके। लेकिन ये 3 शब्द नाम हैं और कई पीढ़ियां हो चुकी हैं जिन्होंने इन नामों को या तो मूर्तियों के रूप में देखा या नाम जाप लेते हुए, नाम जाप करते हुए लोगों के मुंह से सुना। उनकी छाप अवश्य समाज में पाई आजादी के बाद पैदा हुई 2-3 पीढ़ियों ने, लेकिन इन नामों में अर्थ डालना अगर ये शिक्षा का और शिक्षक का काम है तो निश्चय ही एक श्रमसाध्य काम है। और इस काम के सिलसिले में मुझे जो अनुभव हुए उसके आधार पर आपसे कुछ कहता हूं। गांधी के बारे में कई वर्ष बताने का मुझे अनुभव है, लेकिन 3-4 वर्ष मुझे गांधी के अपने शब्दों को पढ़ाने का भी अनुभव है। हमारी संस्था में एक कोर्स शुरू हुआ जिसमें गांधी के हिंद स्वराज के 2 अध्याय विशेष अध्ययन के लिए हम लोगों ने रखे। एक है हिंदी में उसका अनुवाद गोला बारूद या ब्रूट फोर्स है उसका शीर्षक, और दूसरा अध्याय है पैसिव रेजिस्टेंस या सत्याग्रह। इन 2 अध्यायों को 20-22 साल के छात्रों को पढ़ाते हुए मुझे गांधी की मनाने की शैली का स्वयं भी एहसास हुआ, और उस एहसास को अपने छात्रों को देने में जिस तरह की तकलीफें हुई या परेशानियां आई, उनमें से शायद सबसे बड़ी परेशानी यही थी कि उनके मन में गांधी की एक मूर्ति बनी हुई थी, और उस मूर्ति से मुक्त हुए बिना गांधी शब्दों में प्रवेश करना उनके लिए कठिन था। फिर भी एक प्रयास था, और कई छात्रों के लिए यह संभव हुआ कि वो रूपकों के जरिए गांधी की सरल सा उदाहरण देने की क्षमता के जरिए इस बात को समझ सके कि दरअसल गांधी एक कल्पना के साधक थे। और वो कल्पना कतई राष्ट्र की नहीं थी, वो कल्पना थी स्वाधीन मनुष्य की कल्पना। स्वाधीन या स्वतंत्र मनुष्य का अर्थ ढूंढते हुए इन 2 अध्यायों में मेरे कई छात्र इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचे कि ये अपने आप में एक समस्या है। ये शब्द दरअसल गांधी जिस स्वतंत्रता की कल्पना कर रहे थे, या अपने शब्दों के जरिए इन 2 अध्यायों में और शेष पूरी पुस्तक में दरअसल जिस स्वतंत्रता की कल्पना कर रहे थे, उसको स्वयं भी उन्होंने स्वतंत्रता का नाम नहीं दिया, स्वराज का नाम दिया। पर उससे भी बहुत मदद नहीं मिलती है आज के छात्र को ग्रहण करने में इस बात को कि दरअसल ये एक तरह की आत्माधीनता की बात वो कर रहे थे कि ऐसा मनुष्य कौन होगा जिसको चलाने के लिए कोई तंत्र अन्यत्र न हो। जाहिर है राज्य को लेकर उनकी चिंता इस अभिव्यक्ति में थी कि अगर आज अंग्रेजों के राज्य से हम चलाए जाते हैं, कल हम अपना राज्य बनाएंगे, वो हमें चलाएगा, तो हम मनुष्य कब बनेंगे? मनुष्य बनने के लिए मेरे शरीर के ऊपर, मेरी भावनाओं के ऊपर, मेरे विचारों के ऊपर, मेरी वाणी के ऊपर मेरा राज जरूरी है। यानी कि आत्मराज है। स्वराज को और खोलें, आत्मराज है। और इस तरह की कल्पना के साधक के रूप में अगर गांधी को रखें तो नई पीढ़ी जो तरह तरह की अफवाहें सुनती है, भ्रामक तस्वीरें आज स्मार्टफोन पर उसको पहुंचाई जाती हैं, तरह तरह के ऐसे विवेचन उनकी भरती हुई प्रतिभा को दबोचने की कोशिश करते हैं जिनका इतिहास से कोई लेना देना नहीं। ऐसे युवकों, युवतियों, बच्चों के लिए गांधी की ऐसी समझ कि दरअसल वो एक कल्पना कर रहे थे ऐसे मनुष्य की जिसको चलाने के लिए या जिसको नियंत्रित करने के लिए कोई और तंत्र नहीं होगा, वो उसका अपना तंत्र होगा। और ये जगह, ये इस राष्ट्र में ये तंत्र बनेगा या इस राष्ट्र में ऐसा मनुष्य होगा, गांधी की कल्पना का ये बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा नहीं है। और उस अर्थ में गांधी हमें मतलब राष्ट्र निर्माण के कोई सिद्धांत देके नहीं जाते। हम जरूर उनको आज राष्ट्रपिता कहते हैं, राष्ट्र निर्माता कहते हैं इत्यादि, लेकिन दरअसल हमें जिस तरह का सिद्धांत वो देके जाते हैं वो सिद्धांत तो मनुष्य मात्र के लिए है। और इस अर्थ में सार्वभौमिक खोज है गांधी की। और इस अर्थ में आप कह सकते हैं कि हाँ, वो मानव की कल्पना की हदों पर जीने वाले एक रचयिता के रूप में नजर आते हैं। ऐसा स्थान ये कैसे बनेगा जहां गांधी की कल्पना साकार हो सके? यानी कि इस कल्पना को साकार करने वाला विधान सोचकर ही आश्चर्य होता है कि कोई ऐसा साहस भी कर सकता है। पर यह साहस अंबेडकर ने किया। और जब अंबेडकर के किसी व्याख्यान या लेख में आप नई पीढ़ी को, जिन्होंने इसके पहले कभी कोई लंबा लेख ध्यान से नहीं पढ़ा, बहुत से बहुत 10वीं कक्षा में जो एक अध्याय है अंबेडकर की एक पुस्तक से लिया गया 4 पन्ने का, उसको पढ़ा है। ऐसी नई पीढ़ी को जब आप एक लंबे व्याख्यान से गुजारते हैं, जैसा एनाइलेशन ऑफ कास्ट उनका एक मशहूर व्याख्यान है, जिसे देने के लिए उन्हें लाहौर में आमंत्रित किया गया था, पर जब उसकी प्रति पहुंचाई गई आयोजकों तक, तो आयोजकों का हौसला पस्त हो गया और उन्होंने सोचा कि बेहतर है कि ये व्याख्यान यहां न दिया जाए। और बाद में वो व्याख्यान हमें अगर आज उपलब्ध है तो इसीलिए कि वो प्रकाशित है, वो कभी दिया नहीं गया। उसकी अग्नि से, उसकी ज्वाला से जब आप छात्रों को गुजारते हैं तो अंबेडकर एक असंभव काम को संभव बनाने वाले, वो भी कल्पना के साधक नजर आते हैं। और उनका साहस यही है कि वो एक ऐसी कल्पना को एक विधान देने